Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to now call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Oak Grove School District on March 14th at 5:02 p.m. May I have a motion in a second to approve the agenda as submitted?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, the agenda has been approved as submitted. The board will at this time will recess a closed session to discuss public employee performance and evaluation of the superintendent, public employee discipline, release, dismissal, confer with labor negotiator, conference with real property negotiators, student discipline case number 23/24-01S, and case number 23/24-02I, and also liability claims. Persons wishing to address the board on closed item sessions may now raise your hand via the Zoom feature to speak. Please reference the agenda items in your public comment. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anyone to speak on the closed agenda items?
There are no virtual comments.
Okay, and seeing none in person, we will now recess to closed session and we will return at approximately 6 p.m. Thank you. No. To welcome all of our new faces, familiar faces back to the boardroom. It's always exciting to see a full boardroom. And so with that, I want to give everybody the time. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. There are many opportunities for the public to address the board, public hearings, public comment, or during a specific agenda item. If you wish to speak to the board, please complete a request to speak card at the front and provide it to the recording secretary. If you are joining the meeting via Zoom, please select the raise your hand feature in order to have your name called when the agenda item is reached. In-person speakers will be called to the podium first, followed by the Zoom attendees. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes to speak. The Brown Act governs meetings of governmental bodies in California. Your comments to the board must be specific to the agenda item you are addressing. If there is no specific item, you're welcome to present it during public comment. Please note you are attending a public meeting of the Board of Trustees, doing the public's business. This is not a public forum for debate. Okay, I will now go ahead and pass it over to Member Pacheco to recite the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. We acknowledge that the Oak Grove School District and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Muwekma Nation, the sovereign nation and original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. Muwekma people are the stewards of these land, of the teaching and learning that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, community engagement support the evolving vision of Muwekma for their community and these lands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Pacheco. I will go ahead and pass it to Superintendent Monzo to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. United States of America, republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Superintendent Monzo. Will you please provide now your superintendent's report?
Thank you, President Gonzalez. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. I want to start with acknowledging an event that was held on February 12th, Every Student Succeeding Award that was hosted by the AGMA Oak Grove Management Association, where we recognize students that have overcome significant challenges as part of their educational experience in our district. So I wanted to acknowledge both AGMA and the students that were recognized at that event. Also want to thank our sites, principals and staff, as our exec team and myself have visited various schools, including Del Roble on February 13th, February 27th, Frost, Indigo, and Baldwin. On March 5th, Santa Teresa, and March 7th, and then Herman Adventure on March 13th. And it's always great to be in front of students and see all the great things that are happening in our classrooms on a daily basis. I was invited this last weekend on March 2nd to throw out the first pitch for the Santa Teresa Little League. So I want to thank the Santa Teresa Little League for that invitation, specifically Ms. Carrie Procopio for that invitation. I will say that as I threw out the first pitch, you know, if you've ever seen guests and throw out the first pitch at various baseball games, and sometimes they don't quite reach the catcher. And so, yes, there is a video that I don't want to share, but and it didn't quite meet the glove, but it was just great to see so many young students or athletes that have such a strong connection to what happens with sports and athletic events around teamwork and collaboration and team spirit and all of those things that are really complementary to what happens in our classrooms on a daily basis as well. And so I just want to thank our Little League and other youth sports that provide that experience for our students and that, of course, benefit as they step into our classrooms as well. And all of it through volunteerism of our families and our parents that provide that support as well. So big shout out. And if you have any tips after you see the video around throwing that first pitch, I certainly will take them. We're in LCAP season, and so you will probably see or have seen our initial survey that has already gone out. And at a last board meeting, there was a presentation to the board related to the process engaged for the LCAP development. And so we really want to encourage high participation from all of our staff, from our parents, our students. This is a process for this next 3-year cycle for our LCAP that helps us identify through that input what rises to the top in terms of high levels of priority for our district. And so the more input and feedback and responses that we receive, the greater sense of what those areas of priorities are for us as we engage in that multi-year development for the LCAP process that are also tied to our resources and our funding that go along with that as well. And so encourage all of you and encourage others to participate in that process. And with that in mind, actually earlier today, I met with a student advisory council, which are the student leaders from each of the schools, where they provided their feedback for LCAP around, what we needed to stop, start, and continue. And it's just amazing to see the level of feedback that our youngsters provide as part of this process, and very insightful. And today, it also just gives me great pride to introduce this next item that is the Tech Excellent Partner in Education Award for our Baldwin School Elementary School. So Oak Grove School District's partnership with the Tech Interactive goes back several decades, and particularly with Tech Challenge and Tech Academy programs. And so we're excited to have received for Baldwin the honor of being the Tech Excellent Partner in Education and recognizing the incredible commitment of Baldwin teachers and community in bringing STEM education to the students at Baldwin. And so Karina Stevens is the president and CEO of the Tech Interactive, which is here with us today, where she has been dedicated to creating inspiring and impactful learning experiences for young people around the world. She is the first educator and first woman to lead the Tech. Prior to joining the Tech, Ms. Stevens was the director of learning science at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and was also appointed by the Obama administration to serve as a deputy director and senior advisor in the U.S. Department of Education Office of Educational Technology. There, she led the Future Ready Schools movement to help district leaders implement best practices in digital learning, oversaw educational and innovation clusters, rapid cycle evaluations, developer outreach, and National Education Technology Plan. So I'd like to welcome Ms. Katrina Stevens to Oak Grove, and I'll pass back to the mic to you. Thank you for being here.
I wasn't expecting a bio. I will say that I've had a lot of fancy titles over the years, but the titles that I think are the most important was our teacher and principal. So I'm excited to be back in classroom, back into the schools. We are just really appreciate being invited to be here this evening. We are very proud of the relationship and appreciative of the work that we've been doing with all of you. So it's the Excellent Partner in Education awarded to the Julia Baldwin Elementary School. I'm about to give you this. Just a few things about this, though. So the Julia Baldwin Elementary has been a Tech Academies partner since 2017, bringing STEM education to all of your students. The teachers have been a collaborator with the Tech, including participating in the Tech Challenge. There are 2 teams that are signed up already this year. Serving on education advisory committees, coaching for our Tech Academy Summer Institute, working with us on education preview days, STEM Pathways program, and also co-presenting at the statewide CASE and STEAM conferences with the Tech. The alumni also engages actively in the Community Baldwin and Family Science Nights and integrates STEAM using existing curriculum strategies like SEAL. The principal, Mrs. Christy Loper, is a key advocate of the program, actively recruiting teachers all throughout the year, intentionally identifying those teachers who would benefit from our program. This has led to all students in almost all grade levels now receiving a quality STEM education based on the Tech Academies model. Went on to also acknowledge the tireless efforts of Mrs. Julie Silva for her commitment to partner with the Tech and thus impact the learning communities at Oak Grove School District. And so I want to invite you, Superintendent, to receive a plaque of recognition and also to have, we also have a banner as well, like, and the principal come up and receive. So this way. Okay.
Thank you so much. I think before our partners leave, really quickly, just want to acknowledge that, that saying that it takes a village it's really true. I think finding strategic partners that are aligned to the mission and vision of and the goals that we have as an organization is really critical. And certainly the Tech is one of those key partners that allow our students to have just an additional excellent experience in our classrooms and in our schools. And also it takes additional effort from our staff that provide the time to learn new things and incorporate all of that as part of their experience and development in our classroom. So I want to take a moment to acknowledge all of our staff that have made that commitment around STEM technology and providing that excellent experience for our students. So thank you so much for your. Oh, all right. With that, that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, for your report. The board met in closed session to discuss public employee performance evaluation of the superintendent, and no action was taken. Public employee discipline, release, and dismissal, and no action was taken. Confer with labor negotiator, no action was taken. Conference with real property negotiators, government section code 54956.8, no action was taken. Student discipline case number 23/24-01S and case number 23/2402I. And no action was taken. And liability claims, government code section 54956.95. And no action was taken at this. At this time, the board is gonna recess to a 5-minute break and we will be right back. At this time, I'm gonna go ahead and call back to order. The Board of Trustees meeting of March 14th. Thank you so much for your patience, guys. Okay, great. So at this time, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item 4, which is public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to address the board on any school-related issue, which is not a part of this evening's agenda. And so we'll go ahead and start first with our in-person comments. And first we have Lisa Mora.
My name is Lisa Moore. I'm a sixth grade teacher at Sakamoto. Yesterday, I decided to take my class outside to learn, and this is what I witnessed in the hour and a half between recess and lunch. A first grader running around the corner of the school screaming, no one else in sight while he makes his way to the front gate of the school toward the parking lot. As he exits the gates, I'm on the walkie notifying the office to try to stop him as 2 other adults come around the corner chasing after him, apologizing to me as if it was their fault. As I settle back with my class, my colleague walks by me with blood dripping down her forehead and scratches and bruises on the side of her face. She tells me she got headbutted by her student, and although I was horrified, I wasn't surprised at all, given that I have seen scratches, bruises, and bite marks on her so deep they have been there for weeks, causing her numbness and pain. Last week, I witnessed her having to crawl out of an assembly on her hands and knees with the child latched onto her back, hitting her and kicking her. She comes back to the assembly within 10 minutes, her ear ringing from the assault because she still has the rest of her class to attend to. Yesterday, she was attacked, bleeding, scratched, and bruised, but still finished the day with her class to teach and carry on as normal. All of these interactions witnessed by the rest of the kids in her class. Shortly after this, I hear a distress call on the walkie-talkie from the principal to come to one of the portables because a teacher needs help. He and the psych come rushing out of the building. He needs to tend to the urgent matter in the portable, which I later found out was a student tearing up a classroom, while the psych needs to tend to another urgent matter inside the building. So they divide and conquer the separate matters, again, events being witnessed by children in their respective classes. Within about 5 minutes, I hear on the walkie that a first grade class needs to be evacuated because of a child in distress. I see those kids exit the building looking quite upset, and I decide at that point it's time to take my class inside because they've heard and witnessed enough for the day. A short while later, it's time for lunch, and when I go out to open the main building for the kids in the portables to walk to the cafeteria, I see the same kid who ran to the parking lot is now in the middle of the hall outside of his classroom, the class that had to be evacuated, as well as 2 other classes rolling around on the floor screaming. I then have to redirect the 5 classes coming from the portables to a different hall to access the cafeteria for lunch. All of these kids looking at me, asking me what's going on with the kid on the floor in the hall. When this happens, kids aren't learning and teachers aren't teaching. The 3 kids who had these struggles yesterday have them on a daily basis, and there are many more situations on campus. This is just what I witnessed in the span of an hour and a half in one day. These teachers have begged and pleaded for help because what we have in place is currently not working. The teachers and the classes who are witnessing these events are experiencing real trauma. The kids with these high-level needs aren't getting the help they need. So where's our support and where are the advocates for these teachers, their classes, and most importantly, these kids who are struggling in their own bodies? These kids aren't in a classroom, a school, or a place that is safe for them, their teachers, or their classmates. Our schools are not equipped with the resources or the personnel to provide the level of support everyone needs. Our special ed department, our psych, our teachers, our schools, and our students deserve more than what our district is providing. Something needs to change.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Moore. Next, we have Alan Cotton.
Good evening, executive team. On behalf of the entire Baldwin staff and community, I would first like to thank the board for acknowledging our site for this award. It's truly a great honor to receive this recognition, so thank you very much. There is, however, another urgent matter that needs to be brought up at this evening pertaining to our site. On February 5th through 7th, as all of you are, I'm sure, aware, our site was without power and remained open for 3 consecutive days. During this time, our building was without heating or ventilation, with temperatures dropping to the low 50s in classrooms by the 3rd day. We had limited generated power, which only provided industrial string lighting for the common areas, in addition to powering our kitchen facilities to prevent the food from spoiling. The lack of power also impacted some of our bathrooms for proper sanitation needs. Our classrooms and bathrooms were dark. We received LED lamps, but their battery life was short and the lighting was not sufficient. Many of the lights in our classrooms were flashlights and lanterns provided by teachers and families from the community. MOT worked tirelessly to support us, but we're simply undersupplied with the adequate resources we needed to accommodate our situation of this magnitude. This was an unprecedented event that we were unfortunately unprepared for. This crisis was a valuable lesson that our district is not fully prepared for disasters, not just power outages, but other natural disasters that may happen and are likely to happen. This was ultimately the conditions at our site we feel were unsafe and unsuitable for remaining open for 3 days. It's imperative that our district gives immediate attention in response to ensure that we have the adequate preparation and resources for future power outage events. The health and safety of our students and staff should always be at the forefront of our priorities. The Baldwin staff, in addition to all OGA members, are urging the executive board to take immediate action on this matter. As teachers, we are the ones on the forefront, excuse me, the front line with our students during a crisis such as this. And therefore, we have a better understanding of what a school needs to remain open during a power outage. This would include, but is not limited to, the following: generated power to all classrooms to provide adequate light and the ability to run other devices and technology for a productive learning environment. Portable heaters for classrooms to ensure that temperatures are not dropping below an acceptable range for health and safety codes. Compliance with all of California's Ed Code and OSHA guidelines for maintaining a safe learning and working environment, in addition to a comprehensive plan for emergency situations of this nature. If these conditions are met and a school is to remain open during a power outage, there needs to be a cutoff for how many days a school can remain open without power. In the event that the power is not restored after the first day, it would be ideal to create bank days that sites can use for school closures due to power outages.
Thank you so much, Alan. We have a full room today. I
No worries.
please
I'll have my
email.
colleagues,
Thank you so much. You're so appreciated. Thank you so much.
Since I know I'm next, because I put the papers in together, right?
Yes, Laura Picardo?
Yes.
Awesome.
All right, so yeah, in the event that the power is not restored after the first day, it's ideal to create bank days that sites may use for school closures due to power outages or other unsafe conditions. Other sites or locations with power could have a comprehensive plan, should have one, to house students who need supervision on the remaining days without power. So we really urge you to please expedite your follow-up meeting with Christy Looper and hopefully a couple teachers as well that can give their input as possible, just make it as soon as possible so we can begin to make a more robust protocol and safety plan for future power outages. You know, we will not stand for a repeat scenario of this situation. And with the weather patterns as they are and PG&E not be able to keep up with their electrical grid, yeah, we need to treat this as the new norm because it's likely to happen. And, you know, as a teacher of 23 years, COVID was the hardest thing I've ever done. This is the second hardest thing I've ever done in 23 years. And I would really, really urge you to please create for this because I will not go into a classroom again like that, ever.
Thank you so much, Laura. Next we have Janae Pierre.
Hello, thank you. We are a Habit 8 school. Leader in Me School. My name is Janae Pierre. I'm a first grade teacher. And Habit 8 is to find our voice. So I'm finding my voice. I'm not going to be quiet anymore about what's happening in my classroom and our school. Ms. Morris shared with you some. The first grader she's referring to is in my class. Yesterday, we have regular violent outbursts. Yesterday, a chair was being swung around and hit and injured another child. We had to evacuate yesterday. This is only a snippet of what has been happening in my classroom since literally the first day of school. There is violence, there's aggression, there's table shoving, chair flipping, chair throwing, door slamming, screaming, and this is first grade. Welcome to school. It is unheard of. This child needs help, qualifies for help, and is not getting the help this child needs. It's affecting the school. It's affecting our school environment. We hear screaming, we hear yelling, we hear kicking in the hallways. And this is supposed to be a safe environment where children are emotionally and physically safe to learn. It is not happening at Sakamoto. Today, we had, in 1 hour, we had 2 escalations of throwing chairs, slamming doors, kicking, screaming, yelling within 1 hour. To say the least, this is a problem of keeping children safe and a problem of scarcity of resources. The children that are being affected, along with the other facts that Ms. Morris stated, children are not learning. They're not learning. Our principal people are all becoming one-on-one aides to try and keep these children safe. And they're not doing what they are meant to do for a school environment. And so I'm just here today to be transparent, tell you the truth. I've been respectful, professional, You need to know what is happening in my classroom, other classrooms at Sakamoto School. Children, this child's leaving the campus, elopes, leaves the classroom. No one can find this child. And I get scared, the children get scared, and I don't know what to do. I have been crying out for help. The parents of my classroom have been, and I don't know what to do anymore. I want to be respectful. I respect your roles as public servants. And I want to be able to teach children. And every morning in our class mission, we say that my promise is to keep them safe, and I can't.
Thank you so much, Jane.
Next, we have Fariba Roberts.
Good evening, members of the school board and the executive team. My name is Fariba or Faba Roberts, and as a dedicated teacher and parent of students attending Sakamoto Elementary School, I'm deeply invested in the safety and well-being of our students and staff. However, this school year has continued to show that there are safety concerns that require your attention. Our teams at Sakamoto have been working hard to find resolutions. However, none of these supports have been sufficient in resolving these concerns. These daily situations throughout all grade levels and in all classrooms not only jeopardize the physical safety of students and staff members, but also hinder our ability to provide a quality education to our students. It is imperative that we prioritize the safety of our staff and students. With the permission of this teacher, this is one instance of injuries that our staff has endured, which not only affects the physical and mental well-being of this specific teacher, but as well as all the other students and staff members who witness these events. We need help and we need action. I will be sending an email following up regarding these concerns. Thank you in advance for your attention to this urgent matter.
Thank you so much, Ms. Roberts. Next, we have Ravina Olivera. Olivera.
My name is Robina Oliveira. I'm an instructional aide at Sakamoto Elementary. I have a daughter in first grade. In September of 2023, I spoke during the district board meeting's open session about a student's placement at Sakamoto. This child was not receiving the support needed to thrive, given that Sakamoto's mild, moderate, SPED classrooms simply do not have the resources necessary available there at Sakamoto. Resources that are available through specialized SPED programs at other Oak Grove elementary schools. The lack of proper support contributed to multiple violent altercations with this student, in which staff and alumni were injured. The following month, I was assaulted by this student, receiving approximately 30 blows to my body while I protected another child. To date, this child remains without proper support and the dangerous behavior continues to occur. There are multiple special education students who don't have the proper support to thrive, and there is an overwhelming lack of support for our certificated and classified staff. Almost daily, staff members have been assaulted and or placed in highly dangerous situations on campus. We have been punched, kicked, bitten, headbutted, and verbally threatened. Students elope from classrooms, throw and overturn furniture, impede exit routes, and damage and destroy our school property. School bus transportation has faced delays just this afternoon. The situations we are facing far surpass reasonableness. We are being forced to work in an unsafe, hostile work environment that shows children it is okay to disrespect staff, students, and our school. Our students suffer physical and emotional harm. Their days are supposed to be filled with education, play, and growth, not harm and fear. And they are repeatedly traumatized by these events. At Sakamoto, we aren't just coworkers. We are respected colleagues and cherished friends. We're a family. Show employees and students that you care about our safety and then step up and help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ravina. Next, we have Val Wood.
Hello, Val Wood, soon to be retiring. I could give you the countdown, but I won't. Okay, FAPE, free, appropriate public education. The average school day is about 6 hours long. Special education student who rides the bus is in school for about 8 hours. One of my students gets picked up at 6:50 in the morning. My bud is still in bed, and I live in Morgan Hill and have to drive up here. He's already on his way to school. How is this free and appropriate public education? Their day is at least 2 hours longer. This is not okay. We now have these great electric school buses, and that has not changed transportation. We need to also change that. For another thing on special education, I'll get to you guys in just a sec. General ed teachers have about 30 minutes from getting to campus before school starts to prep. Special ed teachers, we have 15 because we have to be out there with our kids. Somebody has to be out there with them, and it's us. Plus, we have all those IEP meetings. So just because there's not a lot of special ed teachers here does not mean things are okay in our world. You have heard from Sakamoto. They are struggling. I believe I know one of those students. I know he and his family are struggling. I apologize. I'm sorry. You guys do not deserve to get beat up on a regular basis. We need more support. An excellent resource that we have in this district is Mark Lepori, principal at Santa Teresa. He has been working with special ed students with extreme behaviors for years. He handles it calmly, appropriately, works with the parents and the families. He is a good resource. Please use him. Sorry, Mark. I just volunteered you for something. But he's a good resource. And again, Sakamoto, I'm really sorry. You guys don't deserve it. Thank you very much. I'm retiring.
Thank you so much, Val Wood, and congratulations. Next up, we have Jorge Prado.
Good evening, Madam President, Madam Vice President, board members, executive team, my brothers and sisters of different unions. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. That was Dr. Martin Luther King. And what I just heard switched all my process of thinking, and I will try to use 3 minutes on that. And that's a big truth, because also, if we remember a little bit of physics, Isaac Newton said, for every action is a reaction of equal magnitude, but in opposite direction. And the two topics I want to talk are combined in a weird way. The first one is, I know, and I work with them. And I know, and I work with them. And I work with my peers, my union members, and I know where they went. And Val is retiring, and I'm trying to join everything together. And they are getting a sisters and brothers of OGEA, great handshake. And we, CSEA, and I'm not going to speak for my friends, brothers and sisters who ask me, is like a slap sometimes in the face. They're getting a beautiful offer. We're getting a tiny little offer that lasts once, and small print, it will never happen again. And as you hear one of my sisters in union, what happened to her, and that happens to every single one of them in all sides. And we deserve exactly the same as teachers are getting. Don't get me wrong. I don't want the same amount. I know your work, but we work as hard as them. So equity means each individual or group of people is given the same resources, opportunities. And technically, I have heard so many times in this district that that's who we are. I heard so many times, we appreciate your job. We appreciate you. You are indispensable. You are first workers. You are, and then we get what we get. And instead of coming and say thank you, because it's the first time, I don't feel it, honestly. I feel cheated, almost 16, and I'm not talking for my sisters, 17 years almost in this place. And that offer for the things we went through, for going during the pandemic, risking my own life, without knowing, visiting families to teach them how to use technology, how to use Chromebooks, how to be in that position, being the teacher for them. And we're getting this and all the support that you just hear tonight that is needed. Is this really equity? Is this really equality? Is this affecting and is affecting you? Please meditate about that when you go to sleep tonight. Thanks so much.
Next, we have Christina Sainz. Christina?
Oh, I didn't sign up.
Somebody signed up for you. All right, come on up, join us.
Why not?
My name is Christina Sines. I'm a sixth grade teacher at Sakamoto Elementary School, and I have witnessed the brutal assaults that are happening at our school. I have witnessed it of happening against other students. It happened to be a day the teacher was out. We were at recess, and the other children had done nothing to the student, and he just all of a sudden started biting and attacking. I had to then break the student off of other kids, blowing my whistle to try and get them to be able to all be safe again. That is all we are looking for at Sakamoto right now, is to figure out how to be safe. My student now that was bitten comes to me and that teacher every day asking, are they at school today? Because they are scared. They have suffered from trauma. They are nervous to be here. And I don't know how to keep them safe because we don't have the proper supports. And that's all we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Next up, we have Bob.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm here tonight to speak in solidarity with the teachers from Baldwin and from Sakamoto who have been speaking up tonight. I'll start with Baldwin. I spoke on this last month at the last board meeting, but I'm afraid that my comments got lost in everything else that happened at that particular meeting. What happened at Baldwin during the power outage was unacceptable. The communication to staff and families was unacceptable. The management's response was unacceptable. MOT tried, but they were under-resourced and not able to do what needed to be done. This district needs to come up with clear protocols. I would suggest using the district safety committee to do that and making sure that you include representatives from Baldwin Elementary School to come up with clear safety protocols for what happens when that kind of a situation happens again. So that's my comments on Baldwin. As for Sakamoto, you are hearing a very clear and loud cry for help. I hope you understand what it takes for teachers to show up at a board meeting like this and speak in a manner such as this. This doesn't happen from a one-off incident or one bad thing that happens. There's a lot going on. If they're here sharing everything that they're sharing, you need to listen to them. You need to take that administration at that school into account. You need to hold them to account to figure out what resources you need to give them and what they need to do differently there to make that situation safe for staff and students. If you don't have safety, you don't have education, period.
Thank you so much, Bob. Next, we have Rika Hill.
My name is Rika Hill. At school. So when my friends were like dead, and after he seen them and like trying to fast walk to them, and then after he pulled out the pocket knife, and then after he that maybe that was right by them, and then after he down my friend was peeking, and after he had it up and put it back, it's probably kind of like fast walked away, and after when my friends did the monkey bars, he always like touches them in their private and like tries to tickle them. One of them fell down before and kind of got a scratch. And after the principal, one time the principal came to the class and like checked in all the kids, ran to her and hugged her. And then when after math, I was just writing my math and I looked at her and she looked at me and rolled her eyes. And then like a couple days later, when we did the 5-door, we'll all sit down on the floor. And then after she looked at me and rolled her eyes at me. And then after our yard duty, yard duty named Miss Pound, in the cafeteria, I asked her I could go get some water from the water fountain that was inside of it, and she said, "Yeah, go ahead." And after I was walking, I was pretty close by getting water, and then after she said, "Get your ASS over here now," and she said, "Sit down now." After she just said I could go get water.
Next we have Marika Hill.
Okay, Marika Hill, I am here once again as a concerned and frustrated parent whose child previously attended Alex Anderson Elementary School. My daughter no longer feels comfortable attending school due to her exposing an individual who was previously an employed yard duty with the school, who allegedly molested more than 10 children. This is an ongoing investigation with SJPD as well, as you all are well aware of. 2 of these underage children, of which in particular is my child's school friends, whom she personally witnessed being molested, not to mention the knife the yard duty had pulled out on her and her friends during school recess. As a mandated reporter, as a human being with a soul, as a principal, as an educator enlisted in being in charge of the physical and mental well-being of hundreds of children under her watch, Ms. March failed to contact authorities regarding the weapon on school campus and alleged molestations amongst multiple children. She took it upon herself to quote unquote conduct her own internal investigation without ever notifying proper authorities. Her response to concerned parents were, "Well, every man carries a pocket knife." Despite telling us parents Mr. Larry was not allowed on school campus for 2 weeks pending investigation, myself, my husband, and multiple parents physically witnessed him present on school campus and surrounded by children every day for 2 days after the incidents were reported. What do you have to say about that? What was your response as district board members to a crisis as large as this? Nothing, absolutely nothing. It's been over 1 month now and still it's been over 1 month now since we've last stood before you with our complaints, and Ms. March still walks around that campus as if her shit doesn't stink. Have you followed up on the 17 educators who have since left Alex Anderson Elementary during Ms. March's tenure of being a principal? Have you followed up on the well-being of the children directly affected by Ms. March's negligence at the actions of the yard duty? Instead of following up on seeing if there will be a pending lawsuit on the district and the school, instead of following up on ensuring your reelection on the board. East Vale, California, the principal of Riverside High School had just recently been reported last month for failing to mandate report inappropriate contact between a teacher and children. But why in San Jose at Alex Anderson Elementary was Miss March have yet to be placed on leave pending the existing investigation on her by SJPD for failing to mandate report, citing suspicious circumstances, penal code 240, I'm sorry, not even penal code, this is the case number 240190359. Monzo, it's been over 1 month since these incidents have occurred and you've reached out to us just days ago. Is it because the board meeting was today? I don't know. Lastly, I want to close this by stating how infuriating and scary it is to know that there are educators within the district and school who have claimed this was all made up, stating none of what happened to these children is true. And the fact that these individuals all run in the same circle, feeding off these innocent lives like swine is outright disgusting. And I want their names recognized on public record, including the senior pastor with Hope Christian Church in Los Gatos, Kevin McCauley, husband of previous front desk rep Georgia McCauley, Katie Pine, who is a 3rd grade teacher at Alex Anderson, Bill
Ms.
G,
Hill,
Katie
your time
Pine's
is up.
husband, Emily Swan, and an alleged family member of Miss March, Jessica Supia, Beryl M, and Jenny Thetford. It is not a lie.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Isaiah Hill.
On school campus, 2 days, every single day.
Next we have Isaiah Hill. Isaiah, your time is gonna be starting.
Police on us, but not on this guy who's on campus after he allegedly molested over 10 children that had knives to their face. But the district told us, no, sorry, district members, this is the case number, which you guys have as well. Ms. March is currently being investigated on, and this is Mr. Larry, the guard.
Your time is started, Mr. Hill.
was actually off campus, but none of it happened, none of it's true. So I just want you guys to know that, and I just want you guys
So
to be
again,
about it.
so again, we're back here. It's the next month. And it's crazy to me. We literally wrote out things to say, but I mean, just listening to this school over here go through what they're going through, hearing that teachers are getting beat up by kids and all the things this is crazy. At what point in time does the district office take a step forward and help people out? Children, teachers. I couldn't imagine what that lady went through getting beat up by that child. She's trying to teach. And you got people asking for your guys' help, and you guys just sit there and do nothing. At what point in time do you guys feel that it's time to make a change and help? Are you guys waiting for somebody to get hurt, die? Are you guys waiting for one of these children to be drugged into the bathroom, raped? Are you waiting for the yard duty to do a mass stabbing? Are you guys waiting for that child that beat that lady up to pull a weapon on her and do something? What is it gonna take for safety? What is it gonna take? You guys are safe? And if you're not, do you lock your doors every night at home when you guys go to sleep? Or do you leave them open? Because ask yourself that. People are being hurt at multiple schools. And we come to this board and we talk to you guys and nothing changes. Only thing that changes is the time, the day. Our children are still being put there. These teachers are fearing for their lives. We're fearing for our children's lives, their safety, their innocence, and it's being taken from them. And we have to come here and stand on a mic. People have to come here and rally up to tell you guys what's going on. In all reality, you know right from wrong. You know what it really is about. Monzo, you're up for re-election. Is that how you want people to look at you? As a leader that's gonna make a change? We have opted out of testing. My daughter hasn't been in school for a month because she's scared to go there. I live 2 blocks from the school, and the best thing you want to give me is virtual school. It's not, that's not the answer to the problem. When people come with real reasons, you guys need to take that into consideration and handle the problem. You guys are human beings. Act like it. Act like it. What if that was you getting beat up by that child? What about if that was one of you guys getting fondled by Mr. Larry, a knife pulled on him? Would the cops not been called? Have some kind of heart.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hill.
Have some love for people.
Next, we
Real
have
talk.
Sam Clark.
I'm Sam. Just to add to the same situation that happened to Anderson, there's only a few of us here. Next time we come, there's going to be a lot more of us. We're not going to stop talking about the situation that happened with Miss March and this Mr. Larry. There's been multiple complaints about Miss March, and it seems like it's a trending issue with these other parents and teachers. And there's been incidences with a child in a similar situation at Anderson. It's been handled the same way, just looked aside. And at what point do you guys stand up and do something to make a difference? Because it seems like you guys aren't having real solutions to real problems. We just hear a bunch of bullshit. We get calls from you guys occasionally, but there's no solutions being presented. And you guys can't put this off. So to add on to what he was saying, we have the opt-out for state testing. We have that form. We're sharing it willingly with multiple people because you guys are pushing the state testing. That's the only thing that makes a difference for you guys. If you guys don't change something, then it's going to have a huge effect on the state test scores and pretty much the way that things are running around here. So we really need stuff to change. And we're just asking for somebody to step up and take Miss March out of power because kids need to feel safe when they go to school. Thank you.
Are there any public comment online?
Virat,
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, good evening, board and
Rochelle,
executive.
do you have anybody online? I think I see one hand up. Karat.
yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Rochelle?
I can hear you.
Okay, good
Karat?
evening, board and executive team. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm not sure what the breakdown is. Let me test something, just a moment.
Okay, why don't we have one more in-person
hear me?
comment when we go to that and see if we
Good
can
evening,
get the online in the second.
Rochelle, can you hear me? No?
I can hear you. The board can't hear you. We're
Okay,
working
I'm
on it.
so sorry.
I'll call you again as soon as I can.
Okay.
Concerned grandparent, actually. My daughter does live in the district. We live in this district, but I chose to talk to my daughter and to have my daughter pull her granddaughter out of the school because of this incident that happening at Anderson, and it's just really concerning that it's not resolved yet, or anything hasn't been taken, or just it's just wrong. I just can't believe it. I'd rather have my granddaughter home in the safety where we know where she's safe, and I'm not gonna have any yard duties or principals or teachers, mistreating her or putting her in harm's way or doing anything wrong with her. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. We'll go again to online comment if there are any.
President Gonzalez, can you hear me? Testing.
I think the volume for inside here, Rochelle is able to hear the comments online, but the volume is not coming into the boardroom.
Testing. Testing.
The audio is not connected over there.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that one's for presentation only. This one's the one for the Zoom. Rochelle, are you able to speak and to see if we can hear you?
Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 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 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Karat, can you come off?
Hi, good evening, Jose.
Okay, 1 second. Let me put this on my mic and see if we can hear you.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, good evening. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience, but I was on at the last meeting and we went to closed session. And so I just want to say good evening and hi to everyone. I'm missing all of you. I'm over here a long ways away, and I want to say congratulations to Baldwin today, I know they got an award and I'm missing all of them and I'm in solidarity. I want to just lighten the mood and say Ramadan Kareem and happy almost spring. There's a lot happening over there. And I was also so heartbroken last month when I heard about the situation over at Baldwin, which is so near and dear to my heart. Yes, our world is changing, and I know we must adapt to this changing world. And I want to know that we can honor our educators and their commitment. Our educators are always, our teachers are always our collective conscience. They are our eyes and ears of the school. And so when they went through that pain and that heartbreak, we felt the pain that they were going through. So I want us to continue to strategize our next steps for the future instead of catastrophize what could happen. So thank you, everyone, and congratulations to Baldwin on this award, and have a beautiful evening.
Thank you so much.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much. With that, moment and brings us. Thank you so much.
Testing.
Good evening, school board members, executive team, colleagues, and community members. I'm Madi Paz Berlin, the president of the Oak Grove Educators Association. I want to give you some updates on some of the happenings around OGA, but also some of the reports I've been receiving also. So as for our political action committee, we wanted to express our gratitude to President Gonzalez and Trustee Hernandez for joining us at our happy hour a few Fridays ago. It was great to connect, and it was wonderful to see you connect with our members as well. The next event that we are organizing will be a town hall, so please look for an invitation. Our political action team will be reaching out to 2 of you to participate in a dialogue with our members. Just to share what else is happening in our district and what some of the upcoming needs are. Last month, we had partnered with the district in terms of sending members to CTA's Good Teaching Conference. We've never done that before, and we had approached Assistant Superintendent Bowles to participate in that. In case you don't know, the CTA's Good Teaching Conference, CTA puts on a lot of conferences, California Teachers Association, and one of the conferences that I ever attended with CTA as a new teacher was the Good Teaching Conference. The conference offers workshops and professional development on curriculum, on things like math and teaching reading, social emotional learning, teaching to and about racial and social justice, classroom management, and the like, and even some studies on how the brain works when we are learning. So we were able to send 8 members. They were not able to come here tonight to speak on it, but hopefully at the next one, they'll be able to come to share. We do appreciate the partnership. So Oak Grove will be paying for the registration for those members. And we hope that we can continue that. This was kind of a pilot to see. CTA also offers conferences on the Equity and Human Rights Conference. That was one that we just attended, where 5 members attended that. And there's also a special education conference that's fairly new, and also the LGBTQ plus conference. So it would be great if this could be an ongoing partnership, because those conferences offer professional development that could that really help educators, and is given by educators and some of CTA staff. those are some of the things that we are working towards in the school district. So it would be great if we could help other members participate in those programs, especially if those are not things that we are offering here and as for Oak Grove. As for working conditions, I wanted to share with you that I continue to receive reports on, and some of the things you've already heard this evening, on the aggressive or aggression, violent behaviors and severe behaviors that students are exhibiting in our primary grades. I know that maybe a year ago, we were talking a lot about our middle schoolers and some of the experiences they were having in terms of fights on school. This time we are hearing a lot more of the extreme behaviors with our younger students from TK on. And some of the things you've already heard, some of the behaviors you've already heard about with the biting, the kicking, I might have even shared last time that a student had pulled down on a teacher's lanyard and kicked them in the face. So these are young kids. These are 5-year-olds and 4-year-olds, and we are larger. We're taller than them. We're bigger than them. However, we can't put our hands on our students, nor do we want to. So what we're trying to figure out is how can we support our students and our teachers in these situations? What OGA member and teacher Janae Pierre had mentioned is that there's a scarcity of resources. We're seeing that there's a high need for additional mental health support or counseling, but we don't have the exact resources to match it up. And there might be some counseling available, maybe one day a week. Some of the things you've been hearing about, the students are maybe experiencing their own trauma and reliving some of that. So we need to give them the support that they need. What does that look like? Is that behavioral support? Is that behavioral therapy? Is that counseling support? And it may be that they need it for more than once a week. We need to find a way to prioritize that. And I hope through the LCAP and anybody who is listening right now in our community and anybody who is in this room who has access to that LCAP, fill that LCAP out and really prioritize student mental health and support. Not just for students in our special education department, but also students who are in our gen ed classes who are also exhibiting these behaviors but do not qualify for special ed. And so we don't want to force students who don't qualify into special ed just so they can receive more specialized services. We want to help kids through this. These are our younger kids. We want to intervene and determine and identify what is it that they need. Is it counseling? Do the parents need support in finding resources? Are we doing enough to provide those resources or helping them find those resources? We're not out in a desert here in San Jose. There's a lot of other community resources that we could be partnering with. So that's part of the work too of community schools, is that we can really intentionally partner with resources in our community. We're part of that community. Our kids are going to be growing up and be leading the community. We've got Val Woods, who's been an amazing advocate for our special education department and students and members. Val Woods will be retiring. I'm not getting any younger. And everybody here is aging, right? So how are we investing in our young folks? How are we doing that? Superintendent Monzo, I'm thinking you might be thinking of retirement soon, right? I'm not encouraging that for you, but I'm saying that we are getting close to that time. And so we have our youngest kids right now who are suffering, maybe mentally, emotionally, and they're expressing it in these other ways by throwing things, by running away, by attacking other kids. There's something there to look at. And we're not really addressing that in the most intentional way that we can. And I know that there are processes and things, but we need to kind of fast track this because they're going to keep going and growing. And if we don't address and intervene now and really care for them and wrap ourselves around them, it's not going to just go away. So some of these things I have shared at our special ed task force meeting. I encourage other members to participate in that. And if you are a parent listening to this board meeting, I encourage you to come to the next task force meeting. It happens here in the boardroom. I believe the next one might be next Tuesday. That is on the 19th. At from 3:30 to 4:30 here in the boardroom. And it's not just for certificated SPED teachers. It is also, it's for everybody. If you are a teacher, a parent, an admin, a community or a community member in Oak Grove, if you teach SPED or are gen ed, or if you're a counselor, a psychologist, please come to the meeting, because the more people the more minds that can be looking at some of these issues. And believe me, if you've been at all attending any of these board meetings, you know that there is more than one issue that we need to tackle, and it's not impossible. We can do it. So please attend. That's another area another forum where we can work on some of these problems. The other issue I wanted to bring back is we've been working, or a few board meetings ago, I brought up that our IEP meetings were running long, and there were some inconsistencies across the district in terms of how long they were going past our contractual time, sometimes past 4:30. I had somebody today who I'd invited to go today or to come today. They just finished an IEP meeting and it was around 5:50, or no, I'm sorry, 4:50. And they thought, I just need to go home. I need to do work on my other stuff. So we have, as a response, right? So we've been working and consulting with Human Resources, with Assistant Superintendent Chaidez, and I know that Special Ed Director Luciana and Megan Duffy have been working on a document that can possibly help this situation, so that the process can be made more clear and efficient to all parties involved, and so that there's a more uniform way that it is executed in the district. Just to honor the time that people have, especially that our parents and the guardians who attend, and our psychologists and OT, just to honor that time, so that whole process from beginning to end is streamlined and just more efficient. We're hopeful that at the end of this, that the end result, it's gonna be a more uniform process where we're valuing and still have time to discuss the students' individual education plan, but also that we are prioritizing the team's health and wellness. Because the longer we stay at those things and the more that happens, we're not really prioritizing the wellness of our staff, right? And if we're not well, we can't do our job well, right? We'll still show up. People are here. It's the end of the day. It's 7:15, right? I haven't had dinner. I don't know if anybody else has had dinner, but we push ourselves. And we were just discussing this today, Assistant Superintendent Amy Bowles, about how in our society we hold up, like I work till midnight, or I was at school till 8 p.m. We hold that up. We don't value and hold up wellness and rest. And I know that this district has talked about, like, we value you to be, we value your time and your rest. This is one of those ways to demonstrate that. This is how it's demonstrated, in valuing the time that we have the meeting and having an end time and a start time and a meeting that runs efficiently. That's another way to demonstrate that we care about everyone's wellness. At this time, this concludes my report.
Thank you so much, President Berlin. Are there any other bargaining units perhaps on Zoom?
Testing. Testing.
Thanks so much. Okay, so moving on now to consent agenda. Superintendent Manzo, will you please present the consent agenda?
I'd like to present the consent agenda and ask for approval as submitted.
May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second, I second.
Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, can we now have a roll call vote?
Testing, can you hear me? Testing, testing.
Go ahead.
Member Martinez?
Aye.
Member Pacheco?
Aye.
Vice President Jaco?
Aye.
President Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and that brings us to our action items. And so we'll begin with action item 6.1, CSBA 2024 Delegate Assembly Ballot.
Yes, so there are 4 seats in the delegate assembly for our area. And as you probably know, and probably Member Pacheco can speak to the intent or the purpose of this group. And I'll defer to you if you are able to speak a little bit about that. And then there are 4 votes that, up to 4 votes that the board can recommend for the delegate assembly. Member Pacheco?
So the California School Board Association's Delegate Assembly is the most powerful body of that organization that gives direction to the board of directors and their executive director on policy decisions and legislative priorities for the organization, which has massive impacts across all school districts in the state. So choosing people that we can rely on to make prudent decisions, attend those meetings, and engage with trustees statewide is a really important important responsibility for our local district to exercise our ability to impact statewide politics from a regional level. So I was really thankful that this board and all the trustees of Region 20 voted for me to be a delegate last year. And so that's why I got to get to know a lot of the folks on this list. And I'd love to, make a suggestion of some folks, but, I'm just one person. For sure, would definitely be Isabel Juves Lamarich, who I also serve with on the California Latino School Board Association. She's a member of my board of directors there. Vaishali Surke, she's an incredible trustee from Los Altos Elementary School District, a true genius in policy and in activism, and a great person overall. And I also had the pleasure of serving with Jody Muirhead and Jessica Spicer. So who are great people as well. I'd love to suggest that those 4 be folks that we choose.
Member Pacheco, can you please repeat them?
Yeah. Isabel Juves Lamarich, Jody Muirhead, Vaishali Surke, and Jessica Spicer.
So from Isabel Juves, Jessica Spicer, Jody Muirhead, and Vaishali Surke. Did you state that as a motion, Member Pacheco?
I move to I don't know how to describe. What do I say? Nominate or to nominate?
Nominate.
Okay, I move to nominate Isabel Juves Lamarich, Jody Muirhead, Vaishali Surke, and Jessica Spicer to be the delegate for Oak Grove. Okay.
Second.
Okay, open it up.
Member Martinez?
Seeing none, go ahead and move for a roll call vote.
Member Martinez? Member Pacheco?
Aye.
Vice President Jaco?
Aye.
President Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and that brings us to action item 2.4.
2023-2024 second interim report.
Yes, the 6.2.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And so, as we are aware, the first interim report is presented in December, and this is the time where we provide an update on the budget related to our district and the second interim report. So I'd like to turn it over to our Associate Superintendent, Mr. Mark Evans, to present this item.
Thank you, Monzo. Thank you all for that you where we are interim for this budget year 23-24 and for the outlook in years ahead with the latest updated information from the governor's proposal in January. Thank you to my team. We have our business people here, Chuck, Lena, and Ruth. We put all of this together and assemble all the spreadsheets and all. So we can go to the next slide. And this is not a slide for budget presentation. It's a realist painting by Rene Magritte, and it's typically referred to as this is not a pipe. And I present this because the tongue in cheek, the innuendo there that it's not a pipe, it's a painting of a pipe, not the pipe itself. So if I were to follow that chain of thought, that train of thought, and take it further down the road, on the next slide, I would say that this is not a budget. This is a picture of a budget. This is one way to represent a budget. A series of strings, and I apologize to Ruth and Chuck and Melina who live in this world. It's a giant Excel spreadsheet with codes and all that tell me that this dollar is being spent on a classified salary or an electric bill. And it's not a very good picture. So I wanted to present a different piece of art. One kind of from the 1880s. If I go to the next slide, this is a Seurat painting. And I chose him because he's a pointillist. So instead of brush strokes, he uses dots of paint. So I want to kind of, instead of thinking of the picture of the budget as a spreadsheet with a line that represents every expenditure, think of the picture you're painting with your budget. A dot of paint that represents the electric bill, a dot of paint that represents PERS payment for classified staff, a dot of paint that represents the paper towels or whatever it is, but you are painting a picture with a budget that you're creating. And I think this is a better way to think of our budget, and especially as we go into the LCAP development, because the budget is framed. There's a certain amount of space we have. There are a certain amount of resources you have. On the next slide, I kind of mentioned the picture you paint are and this is really the time to think about that as we go into our LCAP. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So the budget aspires to your vision. It is finite. It's within the frame. So we have to really figure out what those priorities are and where we want to put our energies. And it's the evidence that what we're doing supports what we say we want to do. Okay. So I would say that the picture on the left is not your budget. The picture on the right is actually the aspiration of your budget. And as we go into LCAP development, as well as we go into the upcoming state budget, we're going to have some real challenges. And I think we need to stay focused on those kind of ideas and concepts. The next slide is just our standard annual budget calendar. And you'll see we're at March 2nd interim. So this is kind of the closing, not the closing, but the kind of second report for this budget year. And then we'll be closing out the books over the summer and give you the unaudited actuals in September. But this is actually when we get our first glimpse of the governor's proposal for 24-25 too. So this year in the second interim report on the next slide, the kind of things we'll go over is looking at where we were at first interim versus where we are now at second interim. Some of the assumptions we make as we kind of look at our budget, both this year and in the out years, get into those multi-year projections, and then kind of look at what headwinds are we facing ahead, and again, what tailwinds might carry us along. So on the next slide, the first interim and the second interim, you'll see generally our revenues about the same, a nice tick up of about $1 million. On our expenditures, though, went up more. our expenditures went up about $3 million, just over $3 million. And these are various additional positions that we filled, materials. We had a really huge increase on our health and welfare. So we increased the contributions there. So that accounts for a good deal of that increase in expenditures, and just other services and all for student support or other things. So while the revenues did go up, the expenditures went up at a greater rate, and you'll see that our deficit spending then increased as well. So whereas at first interim, we were looking at a deficit of about just over $4 million, we're now up to a deficit of about $6.3 million. And we still have a healthy ending fund balance coming in at $39 million. And again, that's a mixture of restricted and unrestricted funds, as we've talked about before, and that goes into detail on the next slide. You can see the kind of ending fund balance. This is similar to what I've shown you before, but updated. At first interim, we were looking at having about 41 million versus 39. And I've always talked about restricted versus unrestricted. You can see actually some of our increases in expenditures actually were from the restricted side, because the restricted amount in first interim in December was just shy of 29 million, and now it's just shy of 28 million. So we are spending down those restricted dollars, which is a good thing when using those resources where we can. The economic uncertainties remain. That's our standard 3% hold. And then our unassigned, what's left beyond that 3%, has dropped down from just under 8 million to about 6.7 million. So still finishing the year strong, but we will have some work to do in the years ahead. One of the things we'll do in the months ahead as we close the books is really look at those purchase orders. We make general purchase orders for electricity, for plumbing repairs and all, and make sure that maybe we didn't use all of the funds we anticipated we would use. In some cases, we might have expenses exceed those, but oftentimes, like last year, we found that there were purchase orders that didn't get fully expended, so they went back into the budget and then at the end of the year. So when we close the books and come back to you in September, we'll be able to reconcile all of those things and let you know the exact details, but this is the projection where we are currently. Any questions on the first interim versus the second interim? So let's shift to the kind of multi-year projection. On the next slide, some of the assumptions as we start looking at the out years, 24, 25 next year and 25, 26. Those are the 3 years we need to show right now, this year and the next 2. At this point, when we look out to 25, 26, we don't have any contract costs in the budget because the contracts will expire on 6/30/25 and 10/31/25. So 25, 26 doesn't reflect any of the salary increases that we had in 23, 24, 24, 25. We assume no cuts in state revenue. None have been kind of mentioned or projected, but the budget is still in works, but there doesn't seem to be any talk, which is good news for us. And then the dartboard, that's our basis for multi-year projections. That's from the School Services of California. And you can see there the COLA is what I want to draw attention to. When we did the first interim, and we talked about this, that the COLA for 24-25 at first interim was 3.94%. And we anticipated it would drop. And the anticipation was probably into the mid ones, but it dropped more significantly. It's 0.76%, which will create challenges for us in the year ahead, because that's less revenue we'll get with a smaller COLA, not just next year, but that carries forward. In 25, 26, the COLA also dropped a bit. It was 3.29, and now it's down to 2.73, but not as significant. But those will create challenges for us going forward. And then the next slide is a study of how that will, actually the next slide is the attendance. That one will be coming up in a moment. Here's more of the budget assumptions regarding attendance. All right. We will have declining enrollment continue, not as steeply as it has been before, but what will drop significantly next year is our funded ADA. We used the 3-year average, but the big year that was our hold harmless from a couple of years ago will fall off. So our 3-year average now has the more recent numbers. So that's why we'll drop 420 in our ADA funding. But we are seeing improved attendance rates. At first interim, we were budgeting 93% for attendance rates. We're now up to 93.5, and we're still seeing improving rates. So as we get closer to budget, we'll update those. We have P2, which is the second attendance reporting period, and we'll see what it is and update our budget for 24-25 in June with the latest ADA rates. Hoping to see that in the 94+ range by then. So there you have the enrollment trickling down about 120 to 150 a year. And then the funded ADA, you'll see, takes a significant drop from 23-24 to 24-25 because we're losing the early years of 21-22. And it continues to decline in the out years.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So since we see that enrollment decline, and we know that like roughly 80% of our budget is salary and benefits for our employees, what do you anticipate this drop in the out years to impact staffing levels?
Well, on staffing levels in the teacher side.
Teacher side, yeah.
It's particularly in the general ed curriculum, it's very easy to staff, not easy, but it's not as challenging to staff to the enrollment because they're directly tied together. Some of our special ed staffing is more challenging because the ratios are different. But as the enrollment declines, we'll use attrition. Voluntary retirement program this year is a good example of a way as people step away, we hopefully can avoid doing layoffs as we reduce staff just because there are fewer students. So, okay. Any other questions? Okay. So the next slide is kind of the impact of that reduced COLA. This is a study. It's not exactly what our actuals will be, but it's taking the first interim projections when we were on the December dartboard at 3.94% versus our second interim projections at the January dartboard. So you could see when we had the higher COLA, we were going to earn 104 million in LCFF funds. That drop from 3.94 to 0.76 lowers our LCFF funding by $3.1 million. Then in 25-26, again, we were running 104, a little bit north. And then you have another decline because the COLA dropped out at 25-26. So that lowers the revenue for that year. And then in 26-27, it continues forward. So that drop in COLA over our 3-year span starting next year will be a $10.5 million reduction to our revenues over that time span. So it is one that will be a challenge for us to address, and we'll have to kind of keep working to make sure we manage what resources we have and again, prioritize their purposes. Any questions on the COLA and the kind of impacts of it?
I do have, wait, can you tell me again what it's 0.76 now with the governor is suggesting with his, which is pretty modest, but what was it again for first interim?
For first interim, it was 3.94 at that time. So it's about 20% of what we anticipated.
Okay. And then you also said that you anticipate the holding harmless benefits to be falling off.
Right. The 3-year average, we're losing a big year as we move 1 year forward. So that's one of the reasons our ADA drops more than our enrollment significantly.
The governor's budget also includes proposed attendance recovery opportunities to continue holding districts harmless. So are those included in your assumptions or no?
No, they're not. Those will be additional ways to generate revenue, kind of like our Saturday schools are, from my understanding, but they haven't been fleshed out yet. So I don't know all the details on how they'll function.
Okay.
All right. So then looking at our multi-year, the revenues and expenditures here, you'll see revenues this year are healthy. A lot of those came in because we had monies that rolled forward from the one-time dollars, federal dollars that actually got realized in 23-24. And again, we come in with a deficit spending, but a healthy enough ending fund balance to make it through this year. But you'll see the revenues drop off significantly next year compared to this year, but the expenditures don't. So those will be a challenge. And then they create this deficit of $16 and $17 million in 24-25 and 25-26. So by the time we get to those out years, we will start tapping into the Calero fund. Where we are currently on the projection is that those funds would be used to keep us whole in 24-25 and 25-26. Oftentimes we've had other things come in, and there are some things that I'll share later about what other potential tailwinds or support we might have to maybe not reduce that reserve as significantly. But you'll see the ending fund balance then does decline as well. And I'll share with you on the next slide again, my mantra of what is the ending fund balance. It looks like a nice number, but it's not always accessible. But we are spending down the restricted. You'll see that this year, again, it's just under 28 million. It drops down to 22.5 million and then down to 17 million. So we're using those resources and supporting our programs where those are applicable. In the economic uncertainties, you'll see it runs about 4.5 million because our expenditures are pretty consistent for the next few years. But you'll see there's nothing unassigned. By 24-25, we have no more than the economic uncertainties in our budgets. And the reason we're retaining that is because we're bringing in the revenues from Calero. So that's why we have to kind of look and see where are we going the next 3 years, and the 26-27 will end up on the budget report in June because that will then be the third year out. So we do have some challenges ahead. We will have a positive certification because we're good for the next 3 years. They will send us a letter telling us to be cautious of our deficit spending, which we are aware of. And we'll kind of go over the kind of find out what efficiencies can we find, and the sooner we find them, the stronger they are. For example, if we find efficiencies that we can implement in 24-25, then we get 3 years of savings on that when we do the budget in June. If we wait longer, then we have to be more severe to make up those losses. So that's why we really need to start thinking about that now. Any questions on the multi-year? Okay. So some of the headwinds, I've talked about some of these already. The lower COLAs are probably the biggest, strongest wind we're facing. Revenues are volatile, as the state is finding out, as we're finding out with the change in COLAs. And yet inflation is still there. It's certainly more than 0.76. So the inflation is outpacing our COLA increases. And our declining enrollment, it's good that it's slowing, but what's happening is the trend line is our upper grades are larger and they're falling off, and our newer grades coming in are not as large as those who are departing after 8th grade. I mentioned the 3-year average losing the hold harmless, the reduced state tax collections, which are even coming in below the governor's proposal. So we'll need to watch those carefully. And that means there will be no kind of one-time funds or additional funds this year. Pensions continue to increase on the PERS side of the house, and the Calero reserve, based on the current projections, could be exhausted at 25-26. But I think there's some positives too. Don't want to leave you on such a low note, but the tailwinds we have coming is that increasing rate of attendance. Next slide, please. It's not pre-pandemic levels. 96% is where we were pre-pandemic, but we're growing back in that direction. And we look month to month at those, and they are trending up. Oftentimes this time of year, particularly January and February, tend to be tough just with flu and cold season, but we're ticking back up. This year's enrollment projections are actually above what was expected by almost 100. TK will continue to expand, which will bring more students in. Now that there are also teachers and aides and stuff that support that, but that builds our population. And there are actually TK add-on funds, and those are ongoing. There were lots of one-time TK monies, but there are additional TK add-on funds that help us with the staffing ratios and all for TK. We talked at first interim about the healthier ending fund balance from last year, and that's helping carry us forward. And we'll watch those POs and stuff to see if we come in under budget this year to generate some additional ending fund balance and use those restricted funds where possible. Another thing that passed the legislature a couple years back are the additional transportation funds. Transportation tends to cost more than the revenues that come in, but we are getting about another $500,000 to $600,000 a year, contributing to that and closing that gap of the deficit. It's still running more expenditure than revenues, but it's less of a contribution from the general fund. We're fortunate that we have our reserves to keep our multi-year obligations, and I think that's one of the reasons we are not looking at some of the things that other districts are facing right now. I have not calculated the savings by the early retirements, the retirements that we've had, the voluntary retirement program. Any of those that come in, we won't have those numbers till later, so we'll include those in budget. But we were anticipating saving $50,000 to $70,000 per retirement. So if we get 15 or 20 of those, that should help our budget in the year ahead and multi-year. And then another thing that came through is our increased unduplicated pupil percentage. Last year we did a big push to become what's called a Provision 2 school district. That has to do with child nutrition. And we had lots of people fill out the applications and all, and we qualified for Provision 2, which actually raised our unduplicated pupil count, which is free and reduced, foster care, EL students. And we were running in the mid 40s. We're now at 47.7. And because it too is a 3-year average, that will actually tick up over 50% next year. So that is a positive on our LCFF. So that'll actually generate a little more LCF dollars. So, okay. So we'll keep you posted. We're keeping an eye on the legislature. They just kind of came out with some ideas for the budget and some early action items that they're proposing to move now and get savings this year before the budget year ends. And we'll keep watching for our, May revise and see where the tax collections are and all. This year, hopefully will be better since there are not the delays in the tax collections. So the information will be more accurate than we had last year where it wasn't collected until November, basically. Any questions I can answer for you or?
Yeah, so I know in December, the Legislative Analyst Office projection for the deficit, for the state deficit is around 68 billion, 3-year deficit, 68 billion. And the governor had a much more optimistic number, but the difference was large, like, $30 billion difference. He put the deficit at a 37.8 billion. How does that impact the school budget?
So, well, we were very fortunate in the governor's budget proposal, even though there are a lot of challenges. And actually the Prop 98 is overfunded because the taxes have come in so low for last year, but he's actually holding us harmless on that as his proposal. About $8 billion is what Prop 98 was overfunded in the last year because our share of the actual revenues. But he's proposing not to pull that back or have a deferral at this point or anything like that, but to actually pay that bill back to the state over several years, but not with Prop 98 dollars. So that will help us a lot. The Legislative Analyst Office isn't crazy about that from an accounting standpoint, but it does help the school districts in the state a great deal because they aren't pulling back $8 billion, which would be a sizable chunk for every school district in the state.
Yeah, so maybe I need a history lesson because you've analyzed differences between the Legislative Analyst Office and governor proposals around this time, years past. Has the difference ever been this large before? Or are there just dynamics that are so unique that it leads to something like this? Because I guess what I'm worried is, what is the May revise going to look like?
Yeah, I am too, actually.
Yeah.
So I think those are cautions because the Legislative Analyst Office tends to be more conservative. And this time, this is probably the biggest gap that I recall.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking bigger numbers, so I couldn't tell you percentage wise, but even the rosy side on the legislative was $53 billion. It will be a challenge, and I think we need to be prepared for potential deferrals. That's something they've used in the past, which is a way of basically not providing us the funding when it's due. They hold it off, which we can do with cash flow and all, but those are tricks that the legislature will use to help us keep our funding, but it might help the state's cash flow. So we'll have to watch and see what their ideas are for, keeping schools funded. The priority seems to be that based on the governor's proposal and what I've seen from the legislature so far. So that's the good news, is that seems to be pretty much a hold harmless. And while we may not see many new dollars, it looks like they're really trying to avoid cuts.
The 0.76 for COLA for next year. If this is what the governor is proposing now, does that typically stay at that
Well,
level?
there's actually calls to not fund the COLA by the Legislative Analyst Office as one of their suggestions. I have heard nothing from that about that in the legislature. And they've been, this governor and the legislature have been pretty solid in funding the COLA in the last decade. So hopefully we'll maintain that. It is because there's so few funds in the state right now, 0.76, while it's not a big number, is still an increase to the revenues they have.
I guess my last question is, so, I guess we're both worried about what the May revise is going to look like. There's large gaps to be kinked out or, worked out between everybody that's involved with the budget process at the legislature. But, I guess I can't ask you like what kind of variance would we possibly see, but I mean, would you anticipate some significant variance with our June budget? After we understand what the May revise will look like?
Versus what we're projecting now?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that 24-25. The worst thing I hear on the sidelines, and this is again from the Legislative Analyst Office, is the COLA. I think the legislature's looking at really tapping into some of the funds that have not been used, that have been allocated. So can they pull back? There's $500 million for school construction that they said, well, let's not leave that there. We have a shortfall. Let's use it elsewhere. The other thing that they're really tapping into, and this is a place we're in far better stead than we were a decade ago or 15 years ago when we had the Great Recession, is there are healthy state reserves. And pulling out money from the state reserves, both the general state reserves as well as the Prop 98 reserve, will help offset some of those cuts as well. So, and those are already proposals by the governor and the legislature to lessen the impact of these reduced revenues.
And right now, I think our district is also kind of exploring workforce housing a little bit.
Yeah, we looked at kind of what options exist. A lot of districts are starting to look at that, particularly in areas like ours where it's a challenge.
Laws right now prevent us from using school bond dollars from financing those types of constructions. Is that true or not true?
Well, our bond did not call out workforce
Right.
housing in the language. So, but I'm not sure if you called it out in the language, if you could do that or not. I'd have to check.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there are districts that have passed bonds specific for workforce housing. I think Jefferson School District comes to mind that passed a bond that specifically was for that purpose. And so it is possible to use funds, but it has to be part of the language that voters voted on in order for it to be used.
Okay, thank you. All right, my question.
One quick follow-up, just for my better understanding. Can you help me understand the COLA, like what made that significant drop from 8.22 to 0.7?
I wish it's not.
From your expertise.
It's not the consumer price index, which is probably the inflation rate that most of us live with. This is the rate of goods for government agencies across the country. And I don't even know what makes up their index, but there just was not the inflation in that category that they were anticipating 6 or 8 months ago. So there are a variety of items that go into that. I don't know specifically what they are, unfortunately. And there was even one report I heard that said it might tick up. I mean, we're not talking 1.5%, we're talking about like maybe 0.85 or something, but I don't know that the state would recognize that if it even did tick up because of their current situation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Assistant Superintendent Mark Evans. I really appreciate how you put this together and your representations. I don't think in the years that I've been here, I've seen something like that, and it's always appreciated to have something new in a presentation and having a new way to look at, especially something like this, which I think typically boggles my mind. So thank you so much. At this point, I would like to open it for a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the positive certification of 2024 second interim report.
All right, second.
Member Martinez?
Aye.
Member Pacheco?
Aye.
Vice President Jaco?
Aye.
President Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you again so much. We will move now to action item for the 6.3, resolution number 1454-03/24 PG&E easement for new electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. Superintendent Monzo.
I'll hand it over to Associate Superintendent Evans.
Yeah, this is a resolution, first of a several step process to provide an easement to Pacific Gas and Electric. About a year ago, we received grant funds for electric buses and the infrastructure to support them. Part of that infrastructure requires PG&E to put equipment on our property. And when they do that, they need to have an easement that allows them access to the property. So in order to get those electrical services and supports that we can then use to charge our electric buses, we provide them an easement. When a school district cedes some of their land for an easement, even though we still own it, PG&E has rights to access it because they need them. We go through a process of first providing a resolution to the community of our intent to deed an easement. And then that's what tonight's action is, accepting the resolution. If the resolution passes, then we will post this intent in 3 places around the district, publicize it, advertise it, and at the next board meeting, we'll follow through and act on it, have a public hearing, and then an action item related to it. But the intent is at the back of our property, kind of on the Vista del Oro side of the district office, a small footprint where PG&E's transformers and equipment will be that will service the electrical equipment to support our electric vehicles, our electric buses. So the request is for the board to approve the resolution with the intent to deed an easement to Pacific Gas and Electric.
Roll call. No.
Okay, with that, I have a motion?
I move to adopt the resolution as presented.
Second.
Is there any more discussion?
Just real quick, Mr. Evans, what will qualify the rebate? What makes it qualify if you get the rebate or not?
We applied for the grant and we were granted the funds to put in the equipment. So the grant between the buses and the support equipment for charging them doesn't cover 100%, but it covers the vast majority of the expenses. I think we'll contribute about $700,000 from capital fund, not from the general fund.
Member Martinez?
Roll call vote.
Member Martinez?
Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Pacheco?
Checo.
Aye.
Member Jaco?
Jaco.
Aye.
President Gonzalez?
Gonzalez.
Motion carries.
Motion passes.
That brings us to action item 6.4. Network switches, refreshes, RFP award year 27, E-rate and Measure P bond funds.
President Gonzalez, similar to the past, when we have taken some of the Measure P and modernization items, we would like to go through each of those items individually, ask for any questions, clarifications on each of those items, and then ask for any public comment. And then at the end, take one motion for each of items 6.4 through 6.7. Would that be acceptable to the board? Okay, all right. Associate Superintendent Evans.
Thank you. The upcoming items have to do with improvements from Measure P. The first 2 have to do with technology upgrades. The Information Technology Department put out a request for proposal to replace our network switches, refresh those. While they're still functioning and operable, they are getting old, and we want to be in front of the risk of them going down, as well as increase our capacity, just as demand for being on this network increases. So they worked with a company called Infinity Communications and Consulting, and there's a program called E-rate through the Federal Communications Commission, and they help us get grant dollars to offset the costs of some of these infrastructure. The RFP went out, and they had several people submit. The bid that was chosen was Dasher. They were selected to fulfill the RFP and replace the network switches. The cost will be about $1.6 million, and it will be paid out of Measure P bond funds. But because of the E-rate dollars, we typically get rebates of about 50 to 60% of the cost of those technology and internet connection from E-rate. So those will offset any funds that come out of Measure P. Any questions on the network switches? The next item, also technology, was done in a very similar fashion with the same company putting together the RFP. This RFP was for wireless access point replacement. And again, we're kind of just trying to upgrade it, get ahead of the curve before they do start failing, and increase capacity as we just have more and more devices on the system. Dasher was also selected as the company of choice for the RFP, and the cost of that project will be $413,000, $413,644, and it too is subject to Measure P dollars that could be offset by E-rate funds when those come through, about 50 to 60%.
Associate Superintendent Evans, as you're selecting, are identifying the ones that the district will be working with. Those are the lowest bidding entities out of the proposals, correct?
Yes, but with technology, sometimes they aren't always the lowest because I think you have IT has a specific ability to take others. You want to mention that?
Yeah, these first two
Right.
happen to be the lowest, correct? Yeah, okay.
Not always the case.
Just on the wireless side, the Dasher's bid is a little higher than the lowest. But the reason we chose Dasher's wireless is because it integrates with the switches as well. So that way it's a seamless integration system versus two different systems trying to work together. And the cost difference is low enough that we are okay with having to pick Dasher rather than the lowest bid.
Thank you for that clarification.
It's good to have you here, Najib.
Yes, it's good to have you here, Najib.
And just curious, what was the budget for that?
What was
single-
the budget for?
Just for choosing.
For these, the Measure P bond funds, and we actually, part of the bonds we issued were for technology, and of our last issuance, about $4.5 million was for bonds. So that's what going towards things like this.
So this, since we're using the bond proceeds and when the board identified the areas of intended use for the bond, there was a segment of the bond proceeds that were segregated specifically to help fund technology type of projects. And so that helps us not have to use our general fund dollars for some of these upgrades. And then alongside, as was mentioned, the E-rate then also helps support using those grant funds to lower the district contribution for those projects as well.
Any other questions? All right. Item 6.6 is procurement of a district clock bell speaker system. Our schools all have a PA system, the clock, and the bell system. All of those are aging. They're older equipment, and it is harder and harder to repair them as time goes on. We also want to have campuses that are safe and can communicate and have PA speakers that work in the classrooms and even beyond. And this is an issue that's come up with our staff, with our safety committees and all. So what we're proposing to do is to upgrade the clock, bell, and speaker system. It'll be network tied, so the system can be controlled over the network. It'll have accurate time, automatic adjustment for daylight savings. It'll be able to broadcast predefined emergency alerts, so it can send messages across through the LED. It'll have web and app-based controls, a digital display, strobe lights, because we have to be able to make it available for people who might be deaf or blind. So if there's an emergency, they can either see the strobe light if they are deaf, or if they are blind, they would hear. And this is the purchase of the actual clock bell. We'll do the installation. Fortunately, in a previous project, all of the cable was run, so it's a matter of just using the cable that already exists there. It's not a cabling project. So it's acquiring these, and as we go through and modernize sites and all, we'll be upgrading the clock bell system. It comes in at a cost of $526,000, and this will be Measure P bond funds. There's no E-rate tied to this. Okay. Any questions on the clock bell?
No questions, just this is great. And I'm glad that this is something that came from the Oak Grove Community Safety Alliance that, highlighted the issue. So it's really nice to see our stakeholder groups, our committees doing good work and sending us stuff for us to approve. So just thank you to also President Gonzalez for your leadership in that committee too.
And lastly, an exciting one is our pilot furniture purchase. We've been taking significant steps toward modernizing our classrooms, and we've wanted to kind of test out different things. So there was a committee that really went through a process. And I actually, Superintendent Bowles, would you like to talk about it? Because it was really comprehensive.
So thank you, Associate Superintendent Mark Evans, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to speak briefly on my participation with Gabe Altamirano, purchasing, and also with Ruth from Business Department. So we shared with you early in the year just some feedback from teachers in a committee and a survey, also parents, about priorities of the classroom using Measure P bond dollars. And so we were able to get a standard and kind of the ideas and the voting of kind of some visuals and colors and things that the teachers liked who are on that task force. And so then the amazing team in business, they went through a request for proposals for pilot furniture from different vendors. They narrowed it down to 5 different ones, varying history with us, new history with us, varying options for what we can utilize in the classroom. And we have 6 teachers, 2 from each learning community, who are participating. They applied and they were chosen based on a rubric. And we also have 1 classroom at every middle school that's going to be designed with pilot furniture, as well as the former academy building on the Davis campus. We're going to be testing out some pilot furniture there to use it as an innovation learning space, so to possibly have meetings and professional development and trainings. So the teachers got to come. They're all going to go through this pilot process. They got to sit down with catalogs from their vendors and order their pilot furniture, which will be delivered, and then they'll be able to implement it and give us feedback. Now, each of the teachers will be testing out different vendors. So 3 times during the pilot process, they're each going to visit their job-alike teacher and the other learning community to take a look at their furniture and then give feedback and hear how the experiences of the students and the teacher are in the classroom. So they're excited to they were like, this is overwhelming. These catalogs are so big. There's all kinds of options, but we're excited to get that tested out into our classrooms in the district. Thank you.
And that also will include technology, correct?
Yes, there will be technology. It's not part of this bid package though. So thank you for that, Assistant Superintendent Bowles. You made it sound way more exciting than I. So you'll see on the transmittal the different sites that are used and the vendors will be tapping into. With approval of this, we'll put in the order. Just with the lead time, it'll likely be coming at the end of the school year. So most of the pilot will really be as the school year starts through probably October, so that we can make decisions and be ready to go out to bid right after the first of the year. We are going to start purchasing for summer 25 for any of the classrooms. Any questions on the furniture pilot study? That completes all of those items for presentation.
Awesome. Thanks so much. May I have a motion for the board?
6.4.
Oh, yeah, 6.4.
I move to adopt items 6.4 through 6.7 as presented.
Second.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any more discussion? May I have a roll call vote?
Member Martinez?
I'm gonna take over Rochelle's job just for this tonight. It's
Secretary, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
It's your job, isn't it?
Member Martinez. Member Pacheco. Vice President Jaco. President Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And then that brings us to our last action item of the evening, item 6.8, board member benefits.
This is an item that hasn't been brought for discussion for many years. As you see, part of the transmittal, there are very few ways that school districts are able to recognize the tremendous amount of time commitment and energy and decision-making for an entire district, for an entire system, but for a couple of ways. And so this is one of those ways that really can help promote active participation from a diverse set of community members that represent the various stakeholder groups within our community. And so this is brought for consideration and discussion for the board. And I'll turn it over to Member Pacheco for further comments.
So I think, you know, a value of our district is safety and health. And we have a lot of committees that and policies and practices that support that. But I think oftentimes, you know, we have to think about the safety and health of our own board. We're the tiniest, if you can even call us that, like bargaining unit. You know, and we have to think about how do we make this job for all the work that we do also sustainable. And so one of those ways, as Superintendent Monzo said, is, you know, for those of us that do use the health benefits, to make sure that there's something that's always there, and something that also can keep up with the rising rates. And so I'm happy to see all of our other bargaining units experience increases in investment. I'm hoping with this proposal that, as Superintendent Monzo said, you know, oftentimes don't touch this like, because it's just not something that typically gets brought up. But, you know, given the changes of this year, that's how I would like to propose that we invest in our own benefits, not just for ourselves, but for all trustees that have yet to sit in our chairs, that will be making important decisions and dedicating a lot of time for our students and our teachers and staff and parents. So with that, I'd like to move that the Board of Trustees approve the adjustment to the health benefits provided to the board, making it retroactive to January 1st.
You have a second?
I second.
Okay. All right, do we have any public comment?
No virtual comment?
Okay. And seeing none in person, I'll go ahead and open it up for board discussion.
I'm just curious to see the last one. This is the revised one here. I'm just curious to see the other ones. Make it better for me to decide. See the other one. But it's not here.
Yeah, the revised, see, let me rotate this so I can see it. So really what this proposal provides would be an employee only covered plan by the district at a Kaiser rate. Where in the previously there was still an employee, or in this case a board member portion contribution towards each of the plans. And so you know, I think again, really with the idea and the philosophy of encouraging participation from a broad base of stakeholder groups now and in the future, that's one of the ways that may motivate and encourage participation on a broad scale for seeking and being part of a governance team for the district. And so it would provide at a Kaiser plan rate coverage for the board member only, and then contribute no more than $2,000 for either the employee plus one and no more than $2,000 for employee plus two or more. And so it basically kind of shifts some of the funds that were previously in the Kaiser family plan up to cover the employee, or in this case, the member only option for the district. It moved, I believe, the contribution for the employee plus two or more was close to $2,400, 23 something. And so some of those proceeds were shifted up to be able to at least have coverage for the employee only or member only plan. And then that $2,000 contribution for anything above the member only plan would be the standard. And as things are negotiated in this area of benefits for other groups, then that $2,000 would get adjusted proportionally based on what is adjusted for other bargaining groups in the district. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
And if there's no more board discussion, I will open it up for a roll call vote.
Member Martinez.
Aye.
Member Pacheco.
Aye.
Vice President Jaco. President Gonzalez. Motion passes.
And now we will move into board correspondence and discussion. So this gives our board members a chance to report on any meetings attended or any other related district matters. And board members may also report on committee assignments. Is there any board correspondence?
Just want to share, I did attend the Santa Clara County Board of, or the SBA legislative bunch, and had a great time. Just always willing to learn more and know what's going on out there in the legislate and the other levels of government. So I loved it. I enjoyed every minute of it. Seeing the board supervisors up there giving us information of what's going on in the county, seeing the senators and the Senate members just kind of give their perspective on what the priorities are for the budget. And yeah, I just took it all in. I'm still reading everything they gave me, the bills, and I'm always curious. So it was a great event.
Just one thing. I attended the California School Board Association's Legislative Committee. I was appointed by CSBA to serve on that with 19 other trustees from the state. Some things that CSBA will be fighting for in the 2024 legislative package will be educational workforce housing, revisions to Ed Code to make it easier to fund these types of projects with school dollars, local educational agency reporting, which will require the California Department of Education to biannually report the total number of reports, scope of reports, and costs associated with submitting each report to the governor and legislature. And then also revisions to electric school bus purchasing requirements to make it easier for rural districts and districts that may have a harder time creating infrastructure for electric charging stations. So those are just some little things that are happening, and I'll keep reporting more things that I learned from that committee as time goes on.
As President Berlin mentioned, I was able to make it to the happy hour and meet the members, and I often don't have time to go to the fun things and really meet people at a personal level, and that's what I enjoyed the most. So it was a great time. I had a lot of fun. It was really nice connecting with all the members and seeing you in a more open setting. So I look forward to the next one, and I have a little more time on my plate now these days. So yeah, I look forward to meeting with you guys all again.
Yeah, I'll just share, it is great to always be able to connect with folks on an individual basis and on a personal level, right? Because we have different titles, but we're all people here doing this work. And so it's important to make sure that we're connecting as human beings and understanding that we're leading from that lens. That we continue to have conversations about how we create spaces not only to make those personal connections, but also to collaborate in our work so that we're not working in those silos. And just, I know that safety in our community is important to every single person here. And so I look forward to our continued conversations and how we prioritize that and what that looks like from every lens, and creating space and opportunity to have conversations collaboratively about what safety looks like. And, when that doesn't happen and the trust is broken, like how do we repair that? And how do we restore those relationships? And how do we continue to build trust within our community so that we all feel like we're doing this work together, right? That it's not administrators versus educators, educators versus parents, parents versus students, right? That we're all here living and working together, keeping students at the center, right? And building out from there. So I look forward to our continued conversation. And I didn't say it at the moment, but I have to just say I'm not a math person. I've probably done everything through arts and humanities. So I just want to say on a personal note, I greatly appreciate your metaphors and similes that you used with the artwork and explaining the budget. So thank you.
Okay, great. And so at this time, instead of adjournment, we actually will be recessing back into closed session. So for those of you that won't be here when we return, have a good night. Thank you so much for being here this evening.
And we should be returning back to closed session in approximately 30 minutes. We hope.
Although it takes that long.
Yep. Yep. You're on. All right. Test 1, 2, 3.
Testing,
Test 1, 2, 3.
test 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. Test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. 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 Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing,
Okay.
testing, 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 1, 2, 3.
We need this anymore, right? Because we don't have any more presentations.
Testing.
Do you mind if I close all of this? Or this is your last?
Yeah, if we're gonna use that for the remaining.
All right.
How come this is really hot over here? Is it?
It's because
It's
it gets
over
you, yeah, so. Need to find a different audio video bridge because the one we have is not good.
Testing,
Keeps crashing.
they weren't able to finish some items. And because of people from the tech were here, so that's why I think they had to cut back.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
1, 2, 3.
Testing.
I can hear you on my iPad, but not on the overhead system.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, the reboot didn't fix, so I guess I'll just have to, I'll take a look at it tomorrow. I'll have the guys take a look at it tomorrow. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. 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 Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing.
Thank you. Okay, we are now back from closed session at 9:38 PM. The board met in closed session to discuss student case discipline number 23/2401S. And the Board of Trustees voted to expel student 23/24-01S through February 7th, 2025, based upon completion of completion and documentation of all rehabilitation requirements. Student 23/24-01S may petition the Oak Grove School District or subsequent school district for reinstatement at a comprehensive public school. And that was voted in by 4 of our board members, with 1 absent, being Member Hernandez. We also heard student discipline case number 23/24-02I. And the board voted that based on this current information, we continue to uphold the expulsion of student 23/24-02I until the requirements of his rehabilitation plan have been met and he has petitioned the originating and Oak Grove school districts for reinstatement to a comprehensive public school. And again, that was voted in by 4 members of the board, with 1 absent. And last, we met to discuss liability claim, government code section 5495695, and the board voted to reject ASCIP claim number 231148-7, with 4 votes in favor and 1 absent. Again, Member Hernandez. And with that, we can move into our last item, which is adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Okay, all in favor? Oh, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the regular board meeting of March 14th, 2024 is adjourned at 9:40 PM. Thanks so much.